Right. I am welcoming you, although we are guests here as well. We are having a broadcast of this briefing. There's an international audience as well. I'm happy to welcome you at this press briefing of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are now in Vladivostok, campus of the Far Eastern Federal University on the Isle of Ruski. And this briefing is held on the sidelines of the Far Eastern Economic Forum. And I believe that it has become much wider than just an economic forum. And here different projects are being presented, and also we discuss opportunities in humanitarian, arts, culture, politics spheres, and so on. This is not the first time we hold such briefings here on the sidelines of the forum. And this time, I believe there's a great coincidence. There are so many anniversaries. This is the 10th forum, and we are celebrating the 80th anniversary of the end of the Great Patriotic War. And also, we should say that this is an important symbol, historical symbol, and lots of events are held under the aegis of this anniversary. We are now in the Far Eastern region. It is so beautiful. This Isle of Ruski, you know, I'm looking straight into the cameras, but on my right there is such a beautiful view of the sea. And this campus of the Far Eastern Federal University, they host this great event, and it has become an international important venue. First, I would like to speak about national and international ties with the Far Eastern District. As you know, 11 constituents of the Russian Federation are included into this district, and right now, in this campus, there are stands of each of those regions where they show the major achievements, and these are not just pavilions. These are like great facilities, and they speak about great achievements of each of the regions. And the Far Eastern also defines relations with the countries of the Pacific region. And all this brings us to understanding that we are speaking here about the history of the Russian state development and the exploration of the Far East. I'm not going to remind you of this because you need to study it on your own. But I can say that there are so many great examples of a great spirit and heroism, which is very useful for patriotic upbringing of younger generations, and it is important for understanding the essence of our country. We see that there are large-scale, long-term projects in the sphere of infrastructure, transport infrastructure, and other projects, and by using the natural resources, the intellectual potential, and other assets of the country. And the development of this region helps and promotes reorientation towards different and new markets. And also we are using the enormous experience and potential. And we are like pioneers in this sphere. We call them Sherpas, and we promote humanitarian and other ties here in the region. And I would like to remind you that the Ministry of Justice as of the 1st of September this year, has registered over 60 agreements with Pacific and other countries. And it is Mongolia, Belarus, other states as well, and also various administrative and municipal territories from Vietnam, Korean People's Democratic Republic, and others. We also should speak about the following, that the Republic of Buryatia will be chairing the Association of Regional Administration of the Northeast Asian countries. And we believe that the cooperation with this multifaceted cooperation is based on neighborly ties, equality, and also on principles which are common for the whole macro-Asian region. And this can be actively used for our joint initiatives. In addition to this, in Yakutsk, there's Secretariat of the Northern Forum. This organization was established in 1991, and we believe that this structure might be interesting for interregional cooperation with non-Arctic states of the Global South, states which are interested in joint exploration and development of northern areas. And this year, during this Far Eastern Forum, here in Vladivostok, all 11 Far Eastern regions of Russia traditionally present their regions, and you can see it in the so-called street of the Far East. Yesterday I visited for the second time, and I strongly recommend you all visit it. And you can also register through the website of Roscongress, and it is so warm outside, you all can go and see all those pavilions. And now let's begin with the Minister Lavrov meetings. On the 11th of September, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Lavrov, who is going to take part in the 11th strategic dialogue with the Gulf cooperation states. This will take place at the level of foreign ministers. The previous meeting took place in September 2024 in Riyadh, and the central event will be the plenary session, and we are going to discuss a wide range of international and regional agenda issues, and also we are going to discuss the whole range of cooperation aspects in the sphere of foreign trade, humanitarian and investment, and cultural elements. And after this strategic meeting, there will be a press conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, and Kuwait, who is the current chair of the Council and the acting General Secretary of this organization. So we are inviting you all to take part in it. I can already announce that it will be possible to apply for accreditation to this event. This is for the media. You can find the link in the textual version of this briefing after it's ends. So come and take part in it.
And according to the tradition, on the sidelines of the event, some bilateral meetings of Minister Lavrov will take place with his Arabian colleagues. And should you have some questions? We will definitely somewhat later announce the schedule of bilateral meetings, and we'll provide all the materials. You'll get all the additional information. Now, the other event that will become a major international event is on the 9th of September, the 80th session of the General Assembly will be inaugurated. The high-level Russian delegation will take part in this. So the event will happen between 23rd and 29th of September. The Russian delegation will be headed by Minister Lavrov, and this upcoming session will happen against the backdrop of increased turbulence global arena. I think this is due to the spread of conflicts and deepening of the crises in economy, and primarily this is due to the desire of the collective West to maintain its slipping dominance in the global arena using illegitimate and dirty tricks. And these include illegitimate sanctions, restrictions on access to new technologies, sucking up of resources, and sometimes this even degenerates into direct military interventions. The process of establishing a more democratic world order, as on many occasions we mentioned, is a fact of life. It's an objective development. I think this is obvious. And it's impossible to reverse this process. And this is due to the shift of the center of gravity toward Asia. I think it's quite obvious that, while being here in Vladivostok, in Africa, in Latin America, we observe the advent of new pillars of social, cultural, economic influence, and the desire to contribute more to the solutions of global challenges. The agenda of the newly established centers is constructive. Nobody claims that they are exclusive, and nobody is saying that, very soon they're going to be the only ones, the most important ones in this world. Yet they all tend to emphasize the unique nature of each other and not their own nature. And look at the agenda that the Westerners come up with every day, literally every day. We see an avalanche of statements. Some of them we'll discuss in more detail today. The avalanche of aggressive, destructive statements that are permeated with hatred and some phobias based on national, racial, religious grounds. In the course of the 80th session of the General Assembly, taking the above-mentioned facts, the Russian delegation will concentrate on strengthening the basis of fair multipolarity and coordinating role of the UN as the core mechanism to regulate the global policy and addressing global challenges, addressing the settlement of Ukraine, opposing the colonial practices of the West. Together with the partners of the global majority, we are keen to decisively go for the rule of law and the Charter of the UN in its entirety. Given the 80th anniversary, a lot of attention during this session will be devoted to the critical analysis of the performance and achievements of the United Nations. And by the achievements, we mean a whole set of those achievements, positive and negative outcomes. The global organization has become one of the key achievements of the global community, epitome of the desire of humankind to set up an effective mechanism to ensure lasting peace, human rights, and socioeconomic developments. Now, what about the UN track record? There are many achievements in terms of settling international conflicts, strengthening the arms control system, disarmament, non-proliferation, fighting poverty and hunger. Peace-making operations of the UN are to be praised. Our country has contributed dramatically to the establishment of the global organization. To a large extent, the Soviet proposals laid down the foundation for the UN modalities, and Russia consistently considers this global organization as the one having a central coordinating role. This is the only intergovernmental structure that is able to ensure a painless transition to multipolarity. However, we have to recognize that the UN today is living through difficult times, to put it mildly. Increasingly, we hear that UN is facing challenges, is unable to pursue the tasks set forth by its mandate. While this criticism is well-grounded to some extent, however, the root causes of the current problems, the challenges, are not due to the inefficiencies or limitations of the UN or it being obsolete, but rather those are due to persistent desire of the Westerners to make it work according to their rules, the rules that only they know. And whatever they do should not be challenged, and all the rest should bow to the Western interests. Therefore, it's important that all the states should unequivocally confirm their commitments to the goals and principles of the UN Charter. The Westerners are trying to use the provisions of the Charter to their advantage, but, well, there are many components of the Charter that have to be followed and implemented in its entirety. This would serve as the true foundation for the restoration of the authority of the UN and the group of friends to protect the UN Charter leads the way in opposing Western messages and building fair polycentricity. Now let's move on to our next regular section on the crisis in Ukraine. I wish I could speak more about settling this situation, but there are some other trends too. Let's start with the terrorist nature of the Kiev regime. The Kiev neo-Nazi regime continues to commit acts of terror against the peaceful population of our country. Last week, 110 Russian civilians were hit by enemy drones. 12 people died, 98 were wounded, including 3 minors. More than 2,500 munitions were shot at civilian targets. On the 29th of August, a drone wounded a civilian in Borisovka village. In the Zazula village, a man was hit by a drone in the village of Golovino. 2 individuals were wounded. On the 30th of August, a drone attacked a car and the civilian suffered. In the Smordino village, the drone wounded 2 individuals, including a 3-year-old. In Yasny Zori village, a married couple were hit by a drone. In Belgorod, a drone attacked a multi-story apartment with 2 victims. On the 31st of August, a drone attacked a vehicle and the driver was wounded. In the village of Murom, a civilian was hit. And on September the 1st, the Day of Knowledge, the drones attacked a truck, the car, and a civilian facility in the village of Borisovka with 4 victims. In the Graveron city, an 18-year-old girl were hit by a drone. The Bryansk region, on the 29th of August, the enemy drone attacked a civilian car with 1 victim. After the attack, the car slammed into a house, and this triggered a fire. On the 30th of August, the Banderite drone hit a truck on the Suzemka-Strachevo road, and the driver was hit. On the same day, in the city of Suzemka, the Maderavites used the kamikaze drones to hit the community center. And in the village of Krapivina, the drone attacked an agricultural enterprise. In the Donetsk People's Republic, on the 29th of August, the Ukrainian drone attacked a living quarter in Makiivka, and the shrapnel wounded 2 elderly ladies. In Zaporozhye region, on the 20th of August, the Ukrainian military shelled the Dnipro-Rudnensky war facility and with 7 victims. And during the attack, there was a concert with the participation of children in the facility that was hit. In the Kursk region, on the 20th of August, the enemy mine, the infamous Lepestok mine, hit Sergei Soldatov, the operator of a national TV channel. On the 29th of August, in the city of Sudzha, the Ukrainian Nazists destroy the monument to the founder of the Russian acting school, Mikhail Shepkin. Well, why Shepkin was in the way? Well, the only explanation is hatred. And, you know, there is this person walking around, you know, being hateful of the entire world, and he would hit anything, a dog, a stone, thus releasing his anger, hitting those who have nothing to do with the nature of this hatred. But this hatred has been in the making for so many years that this anti-lesson drove home. On the same day in Oktyabrski district, a 26-year-old traffic policeman was hit. On the 30th of August, a drone damaged the power station in Portavoz, and 33 settlements with a total population of 8.6 thousand people lost access to electricity. On the 31st of August, a drone attack wounded 4 civilians in the Belaya village. On the 1st of September, near the Popovka village, 2 men aged 38 and 28 died because of a mine hit. In Luhansk People's Republic, on the 1st and 2nd of September, 2 civilians were hit by drones. In Kherson region, on the 29th of August, in the Velike Kopane village, due to artillery shelling, a local resident was wounded. On the 30th of August, the drone attacked a civilian vehicle, and a deputy of the Alyoshkinsky Municipal District, Alexei Zogol, was wounded. On the 31st of August, the Ukrainian military shelled the village of Alyoshki, and women died. On the same day, the Ukrainian Nazists deliberately shelled the humanitarian aid post in Alyoshki. On the 1st of September, in the city of Golaya Pristan, an explosion of ammunition wounded a child born in 2013. In the Radensk village and in Alyoshki village, 5 people suffered. According to the Russian military medics, the Ukrainian military used a so-called expansion ammunition, and this kind of ammunition is banned by the international law. Do you think that any Ukrainian ambassador in Rome, Madrid, or Brussels, or elsewhere were summoned on the occasion of using the ammunition banned by international law? Those who are very keen to uphold human rights? No, of course not. And obviously, the crime doesn't go unpunished. The Russian courts continue issuing verdicts to Ukrainian neo-Nazists. A member of the Azov regiment, Artem Filin, received 28 years behind bars, and the Investigative Committee of Russia investigates criminal cases against the Ukrainian military who committed crimes in the Kursk region. And Zelensky keeps talking about security guarantees for Ukraine. On the 29th of August, Zelensky presented his own vision of such guarantees, identifying 3 priority components, the way he sees them. That is, maintaining the current strength of the Ukrainian military with secure supply of financial resources and weapons. And mind you, Zelensky himself adjusts the strength of the the Ukrainian military, putting to the front line of those mobilized. He's talking about providing financial and resources and the weapons to the Ukrainian military. These are to be supplied by the Western minority. He also talks about protecting Ukraine by its partners in this NATO light format. I think he is mistaking it for a cocktail. He also mentioned that this would be needed in case there is a new invasion. And finally, he's talking about maintaining the anti-Russian sanctions and the use of the stolen Russian assets, as he put it, to restore his country. Well, as to the third component, given the corruption and deep-rooted desire to steal anything Ukraine, well, nothing will suffice to restore the country. Even the military aid that comes to Ukraine in this critical period gets stolen. Countries that are donors that support Ukraine, but they're not donating blood that could benefit Ukraine. Rather, they bring in bad blood that is killing Ukraine. Well, those donors cannot force the Ukrainian regime to provide accounts of the resources the regime had received. Well, this would be a never-ending story. All the ideas of this Ukrainian leader that are, in fact, identical to those voiced by the war party Ukraine are unacceptable, and they aim to maintain Ukraine as a beachhead against our country. Those are not security guarantees for Ukraine. They are guarantees of danger for Europe. It is quite grotesque to speak about the so-called new law. It's a quasi-law of Ukraine on the basics of the national memory of the Ukrainian people. That speaks about the war of independence that was started back in February of 2014. Just think about it. Obviously, in their desire to rewrite the history, the clique on the Bankova Street is trying to distort the history of the country. And they're trying to churn out as many new documents as possible with artificial definitions. But they have documents that were passed some 20 or 25 years ago, such as Declaration of National Sovereignty. It was passed on the 16th of July of 1990. The Act on the announcement of independence dated 24th of August of 1991. It's been 30 years, even more. Well, the conclusion is obvious. Ukraine has lost its independence. It is governed from outside and de facto has become a true colony for its Western curators. And there can be no talk about independence at the moment. And not because somebody doesn't want it, but because this is the state the country is in. Since the neo-Nazis in Kiev are ready to sell off the remnants of Ukraine and to sacrifice millions of lives of its residents.
Just for the sake of their own desires and the goals set to them by the Western community. And they keep pumping the Kiev regimes with weapons. And the European sponsors have never stopped doing that. And they proceed doing that with one single objective, to continue the fighting until the very last Ukrainian. On August 29th, the Defense Minister of Belgium, Ter Franken, participated in the unofficial meetings of the heads of the defense ministries of the EU in Copenhagen, where he announced that Belgium is about to deliver the F-16 jet fighters to Ukraine and provide a tranche of military assistance to the amount of 100 million euro. The Defense Secretary of the USA approved the procurement of Patriot by Denmark, an additional defense equipment to $8.5 billion US, quote, for defense of the allies in the NATO and its partners, and also approved 2 military contracts for Ukraine to the total amount of $329 million for the air defense systems Patriot, and furthermore adjacent equipment to the amount of $179 million, plus continuation of the Starlink contract to the amount of $150 million. It also became known to us that the State Department has approved a potential deal to sell the Iran missiles to Ukraine and the associated equipment to the amount of $829 million. The Ukrainian party has requested up to 3,350 guided missiles and also the navigation systems to ensure defense from those. And what is the pretense used for that? And I quote, that is to ensure and strengthen the ability of Ukraine to self-defense and ensuring regional security. Well, the obvious question is, how does that relate to Ukraine's statements on desire for peace, diplomatic settlement of the conflict, and minimization of the potential of this conflict? I believe those actions are exactly the opposite to the declared goals. We have been repeatedly stating that any kind of funding of the Kiev regimes would only prolong its agony and is fraught with serious consequences to global stability. Now, just a few words. I have received some questions on that, and therefore I'm going to comment on the plans of the EU to send troops to Ukraine. On August 31st, in an interview to the Financial Times and during the joint conference with the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk within the framework of the inspection of the eastern flank, the head of European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, declared that there is a kind of a clear plan available regarding potential sending of troops to the territory of Ukraine to ensure the so-called security guarantees after the ceasefire. According to Madame von der Leyen, this work is underway and is going, and that's a quote, really successfully. Well, that is quite evident, apparently based on the number of human losses incurred by Ukraine. European Commission is really overperforming. Madame von der Leyen also added that they are to study and analyze new potential sources for financing of the Ukrainian armed forces, and she kept emphasizing that the first defense line is the defense and big army for Ukraine, and the second one is a multinational group of the coalition of the willing with the support of the Americans. So initially it was one kind of a steel porcupine, now we're about to have two apparently. Well, obviously, Madame von der Leyen got carried away with her fantasies, and the Minister of Defense of Germany, Boris Pistorius, jumped in to stop her there, stating that the European Union has no competences whatsoever to allocate troops or take decision on allocation of troops of any of the EU member countries, irrespectively of their purpose. He was clearly irritated by that kind of narrative, and he kept emphasizing that that kind of matters cannot be discussed until the parties of the conflict are seated at the negotiation table. I'd like to further ponder on this revelation, and I'd like to reiterate that Russia has no objective whatsoever to negotiate any kind of a framework that could facilitate foreign intervention in Ukraine in any kind of a format. Well, we do need to convey it to our counterparts so that the next time they're willing to consider this matter, they could get very clear hints regarding the position of Russia. Well, they obviously consider themselves the hegemon of the neo-colonial world order. They keep inciting the war and obviously treat Ukraine as a testing facility for their new military hardware and equipment. And in this context, I'd like to pay attention to the statement made by the professor of organic chemistry at the Cornell University, Dave Collum. That's the statement he made in an interview to Tucker Carlson on August 27th. In this particular interview, Professor mentioned 36 U.S. laboratories in Ukraine used to manufacture a biological weapon and test this biological weapon on civilians. And once again, that is the statement made by the professor of organic chemistry from the Cornell University. Testing of biological weapons on humans. And so far, I haven't had the license being revoked from this very professor. He was never fired from the university, and he openly stated that Ukraine is perfectly suitable for that kind of testing, thanks to developed infrastructure and extremely vulnerable population that could be used for testing. Well, that's quite a statement, don't you think? I've also noticed that the Western grants and financing is used by some media who claim to be mainstream media, but actually act as propaganda, calling it fake. Well, sorry, but I just quoted Professor of the Cornell University. If there are any claims, if there is a desire to name someone who is spreading lies, well, here he is. This is Professor Dave Collum. This is Cornell University in the United States. You can check his diploma, his education, all issued in the United States, so any kind of claims or concerns should be applied there. We are allowed to quote. We do that openly and great precision and accuracy. So I'm therefore not ready to accept any claims on this particular matter. Now, a few more words on the Kiev regime. We see a lot of illustrations to its throwing fits of rage, but one of the most representative ones is the way and desire they are willing to destroy the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. On August 27th, the so-called State Service on Ethnic Policy and the Freedom of Conscience of Ukraine conducted the so-called expert opinions and have made a decision to recognize the Kiev metropolis of the canonic Ukrainian Orthodox Church to be affiliated with a foreign religious organization, being the Russian Orthodox Church, and the activities of the Russian Orthodox Church are banned in Ukraine. I have just one single question to this state agency of Ukraine, state agency on the freedom of conscience. I'm just wondering, what is the nationality of your God? What is the passport that the God has in Ukraine? I guess that would require a separate legal opinion. I'm sure they would succeed in determining that, and then they would be able to clearly state that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is affiliated with, and then move around this idea further. You may think that this is pure sarcasm, but this is exactly what Ukraine is doing right now, and they are doing that within the framework of the law adopted in 2024, and this is a law on protection of constitution in the area of operations of religious organizations. And the single purpose of this law is to eliminate Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And in its title, this very law declares protection of constitution. But I'm quite certain that the Ukrainian constitution guarantees freedom of religion. And here I would only quote Bulgakov, and they also tend to persecute Bulgakov in Ukraine. On September the 2nd, it became known to us that Ukrainian State Service on Ethnic Policy and the Freedom of Conscience, that's apparently a new cleansing authority, sued the idea of recognizing the Kiev metropolis as the managing center of Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Well, this state authority is truly acting as a new inquisition. This is religious cleansing that we're witnessing live in Ukraine right now. And they are aiming to deprive Orthodox Church of its property, and that was the property offered to that on rental terms. And that would apply to the absolute majority of churches and cathedrals. So this very State Service on Ethnic Policy and the Freedom of Conscience has already notified 154 religious organizations that are part of or are somehow related to the Kiev metropolis on the upcoming ban. Clearly, they are aiming to behead this largest religious confession in Ukraine. Kiev regime is determined to do that. And afterwards, it would only be a matter of time once they pursue the remaining parishes. But I'd like to raise a different question. we clearly see that once Kiev regime decided to fully eliminate the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, we see that the churches, the Orthodox churches, are now empty, and some call them breakaway priests. And there are people who keep watching how that kind of cleansing is happening to the church. And who are those people? They are openly applauding to the awful prosecution and torture of their brothers in religion. There may be some claims or disagreements on the ritual side of religion, but they cannot promote hatred, especially towards those people that they consider to be their brothers sharing the same parish. Obviously, the Orthodox Church are no longer visited by worshippers. They're getting empty, and we see that from the live footage in Ukraine. And once all those churches are taken away from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, what is there to be left? What is going to happen to those buildings, to those cathedrals? Well, I can tell you what is going to happen. They will do anything to those spaces. They can easily turn cathedrals into saunas or shopping malls, hotels, tourist centers. Have we experienced that in our history before? Yes, we have. In the latest history, in the 20th century, we've experienced that in the Russian history, and we believe that this is the part of history to be ashamed of. And surprisingly enough, this is exactly the part of our history that Kiev regime is claiming to combat, talking about decommunization and so on and so forth. But somehow they are doing exactly those acts that they are claiming to combat and fight against. Well, the only thing that the Kiev regime is actually doing is trying to eliminate and cancel all the good things that happened during that time. Those are monuments to the heroes of the Second World War, the Great Patriotic War, the great writers who've been tested by time, beloved by everyone. They lived through the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and the democratic times, and are still remembered and loved today. We live in the surprising times. Well, if you would think that this is sarcasm too, no. I would tell you this is the experience that I witness in many Western European countries and also in the United States of America. I worked in Manhattan in New York, and I would regularly go through the western part of Manhattan, bypassing the cathedral that was turned into a nightclub. You would see dancing taking place with all the neon lights, with all the attributes of this kind of a nightlife. Nobody was surprised by that. Now it even hurts me to remember that. I do not know what is happening to this cathedral right now, whether that is still a nightclub, but it is definitely no longer used as a cathedral. But back then, I clearly remember that all the attributes of a typical nightclub are well represented in this very place that once used to be a cathedral. So you would go there and you would see everything that you're likely to see in a nightclub, including strip dancing. And the same could happen to former Orthodox churches in Ukraine. In the best case scenario, they could be turned and transferred into museums if they would resist the temptation not to embezzle this property and money, but at least turn them into a museum or in something that could serve educational or tourist purposes. Otherwise, that would be the most horrendous transformation of sacred religious places into shopping venues and facilities. And that would be exactly the opposite of what the Orthodox Christianity and Christianity as a whole is promoting as an absolute value. So that would be a grave offense to the millions of Orthodox Christians, and the Special Commission of the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine started its work starting from August 28th of this year, doing their work in the Kiev and Peter Lavra, the cave monastery, and they are doing so-called stock-taking in the caves. What does that apply to? To all the sacred items and relics that are stored in the caves. And again, we can recall the history that was happening in Russia about 100 years ago in the Soviet Union, when all the relics, all the sacred remnants were disfigured and removed. And Zelensky and his regime claim that this is something that Ukraine wanted to step away from, to eliminate the past of communism. But this is exactly where Ukraine is heading to. It wasn't happening for the last decade, but now Ukraine is back there. On the 19th of August, the worshippers got to witness this so-called stock-taking process, and they would see the relics of their saints being taken away from cathedrals and churches, and would simply keep storing them in a regular warehouse somewhere in the basement. Well, it feels like something very similar just lately was happening in the Soviet times, and we seemed to express our sorrow that there was so much literature published on the matter, so many materials, so many conferences, so many roundtables, and we've been throwing ashes to our heads for so long. And this fact is truly, truly troubling and has already caused acute criticism from the public, from the broader Orthodox public. But this single fact is causing concern. But there are so many acts of the Kiev regime adjacent to that, that include shelling of the civilian infrastructure, killing children, and humiliating the residents of the Kursk region, just like the Nazi Germans used to do that. Why then all other churches were keeping quiet on this matter? Is that politics? No, it's just the actual loss of all that is typical of a humanity. This is unhumanizing of Ukraine. And the so-called head of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine visited the Lavra caves and conducted a kind of attempt of a holy liturgy in an attempt to legitimize the completely illegitimate process of removal of all the sacred items from the Orthodox Church and the Lavra. It's also noteworthy to say that the current museum and its head, Madame Kotlerovskaya, complained that once the caves in the Kiev Lavra were closed, what do you think would be happening to those? They've noticed that the number of visitors to the Lavra dropped dramatically. Well, I'm not surprised. I guess people are just afraid to go there. Just imagine that is the kind of vandalism that they are committing in the graveyard, in the cemetery. Who would go there to watch it? Nobody would. Only the investigating committee should go and take a look how they are opening up and dishonoring graves. And Svetlana Kotlerevskaya, who is now in charge of the Lavra, the state official, shared her plans to allow more visitors once they push away all the monks from the monastery. And how exactly do they aim to do that? In the lower part of the Lavra, they want to create all the necessary components of the infrastructure management. That's a direct quote, including some facilities where you can enjoy a cup of coffee, eat an ice cream and buy some souvenirs.
Oh my God. You see that this is sheer madness if you can offer this. And at the same time, we see that we have a great concern. So these people, they would like to make money on these holy graves. And can you imagine, she also offered to remove some frescoes from the Lavra churches and to substitute them with more Ukrainian paintings. And according to her, this is all will be done as part of a de-Russification of the church. We have seen it already, and we have seen that in these churches and monastery facilities, some culinary shows are organized during the Lent season, and they make all that tasty food inappropriate for the Orthodox Lent. And what else can be said? Well, probably they should turn it into a hotel where all those remnants of the saints were kept. And you know, there are some fiction books where we could read about it, but really this is something about losing everything humane, and this is something from the Dostoevsky books, from Karamazov brothers and others. We are going to observe everything that is happening there in these areas, and we are going to investigate all the crimes against the Orthodox Church and all worshippers and priests. But what is most important, it is not the walls of those churches. And it is not only the people who are suffering. I am absolutely sure that real worshippers, real Orthodox worshippers, they will survive all that. But, you know, the blow is against the worship. And we see that the faith is distorted. And they are claiming that some quasi-empty faith is what they need. It is some religious similarity. And of course, the Foreign Affairs Ministry is going to collect all the data and all the cases of discrimination and freedom, limitations and restrictions. And we are going to do that with the international community. And we are going to do it because this will be the chronicles of our times. And this will be scrutinized by future generations, and they should know the truth, how all this was happening. And in future we are going to publish detailed reports on human rights violation in Ukraine. And all these facts, they confirm that denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine is a must. And as the government of Russia stated many times, this is what we are going to do. Right, and speaking about the Bucha provocation, it was a staged massacre, a killing, and it was covered by all Western media. It is already 3 years since that time, and I hope you remember that at that time this unbelievable story was cooked, and we exposed the authors of this provocation many times. And we demonstrated that all those charges were falsified. And I remember by the minute how we were trying to understand what was happening, because it was so absurd, it was so wild and unimaginable, and really it was some parallel reality. But it was happening in the real world. And we were living through it, and none of the stated facts existed in reality. And we were reading the Western media, and we couldn't believe our eyes. We couldn't refute all that. And can you imagine if something like that was told about you in some media? So falsified lies published, and millions of people were reading it, and we couldn't even understand how we can explain. But what can you explain if you haven't done it? And in this case, you know, something different was needed. And if it was about you, then you would be a victim of these dangerous falsified lies. The Russian law enforcement agencies initiated an investigation in order to understand what really was happening. And, of course, the Zelensky's regime was not going to reveal their crimes. We addressed many times to the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, Volker Turk, and we requested to obtain additional data for this investigation. And in September of 2024, the Permanent Ministry of Russia in New York sent a report prepared by the investigative committee. In the Secretariat of the United Nations, they were trying to ignore this request and this report, and I know that some of the members of the Secretariat unofficially were addressing us, and they were saying off record, we do understand that all this hasn't happened and the Kiev regime is providing false information. So they were saying, yes, we do understand it, and that is why there are no public announcements and comments on that. So at first, they did join the voices of the media, but later when they realized that it had been falsified, they just stopped commenting it, but they did nothing in order to reveal all these lies. And despite our numerous remindings, our request just stayed there somewhere on the shelf. So they were just pro forma letters we were receiving, and we didn't have any substantiated response. Only in July this year, so in September 2024, we sent that request, and in July this year, so it is approximately 1 year later, the Permanent Mission of Russia in New York received a response, although it was just a paper with no details, no arguments. And they were saying that the High Commission for Human Rights analyzed our request and took a decision that the corresponding data and information, and now what do you think? What is the ending of this phrase? That these data and information cannot be revealed. And why is that? And they explained because it would be a violation of the obligation to keep this information confidential for third parties, or otherwise it would cause some threat. And in this paradigm, we can think about, I don't know, some private data, personal information and all that. No, here they're speaking that it might cause a threat to the security of the United Nations activity. Can you imagine? The United Nations has the Security Council that is promoting security all over the world, and this response letter included, after we submitted our request, this letter explained that they cannot provide this information because it might put the security of the UN activities in danger. Well, of course, all this is nothing new, and such explanations were used by Volker Turk in the past in Geneva, and in this High Commissioner's letters, he was referring to some structures like the Independent International Commission for Inquiry on Ukraine and others, and they were formulating it like the crime of Russian military troops against Ukraine. And, you know, when they are saying something against our country, then they provide all the reference links and some sources and lots of information. But in this case, they just indirectly refer to them, but they do not provide this information to us. So when we request for this information, they say, no, we cannot do it because it is not safe. And it seems that the Secretariat of the United Nations does this intentionally, so they do not cooperate with governmental bodies, and they do not ensure justice. And of course we are going to do something with it. And we sent to the Secretary General of the United Nations a letter, and we requested to explain why it takes so long to provide an answer. And we said that we do not understand this confidentiality agreement with the third party, and we reminded about the UN obligations to work with nations for the purposes of justice. And we tried to publish this request as an official document of the General Assembly and the Security Council. So we would like to remind that we are not going to stop this work, and we will make sure that the United Nations specialists stop using such a non-constructive line of work. And we know that this Bucha provocation aimed at damaging the negotiation process. That was the main goal, and they were trying to demonize Russia, and for this they always find strength and resources, and this provocation was needed in order to explain to the world community why the Kiev regime is stepping out of the negotiations in the spring of 2022. And later it turned out that they had done that not because of these falsified aggressive attacks, but because Boris Johnson visited them and he promised them something, that the other states would help them. And it will be not only those Western states, but the whole universe. And after that, they stopped negotiating, and they needed some visuals for the Western media. So they needed this plot, this story, this narrative, and they followed this line of thought, and it was similar to provocations of the Nazi regime during the Second World War. And in the textual version of this briefing, we are going to provide all the details and all this information. And we insist that the investigation and inquiry should be held, and all the people behind it should be taken responsible. This is a real crime. And now, turning to Moldova, the parliamentary elections will take place on the 28th of September. And now we see that the intensive work is aiming not the preparation to these elections, but it is anti-Russia rhetoric. And on the 26th of August, we heard another portion of ungrounded and unjustified Russophobic statements, and they were saying that Russia is even holding some cyber attacks and bribes people in Moldova. And we are asking why Moldovan people, because they were saying that only Romanians are living there. And Sandu, the president of Moldova, is receiving money and bonuses from Western states. And PSHO believes that all this that Russia is allegedly doing is done in order to bring them to the side from the European democratic processes. And the Moldovan experts reminded the situation in the previous periods. And, you know, Moldova first joined Romania, and then, only then, they may join the European Union. But Bob Shoy didn't mention this. And the Moldovan experts reminded about that truth about the occupation in the periods of 1918, 1940, 1941, 44. And we also can remind this. Those were black days of the Moldovan history. And the Sandu's regime are now referring to it as the liberation of the territory, but it was mass terror and elimination of the population. And Bessarabia, that area, it was robbed and oppressed, and during 22 years of occupation, the death rate was at the top in Europe, and about 500,000 people left this territory, and almost 200,000 died of hunger. Lots of people were executed, and the Romanian historians, one of them is Nicolae Iorga, and I'm quoting, you're saying that even 10% of the population were not having appropriate feelings towards the Romanians. And this policy of terror and robbery, this is what was observed after the Second World War, and there were ethnic cleansing, and there were ghettos and concentration camps, and during 3 years of the Romanian occupation, almost 350,000 Jews were killed, and that was about 90% of this national population there. So we shouldn't forget this. We, a multi-nation country, we are supporting real values, and we are not going to refer only to some fragments of the history. All the facts have been registered. And we have heard so much about the Holocaust from the representatives of the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they did so much to commemorate this memory. But the Holocaust is not just a word. This is people, and people who were executed and were killed. And now we see that this is the memory these Moldovan authorities are having. And those people, they were not only executing the population, but they also eliminating and damaging agriculture, production facilities. There was famish there. And now the experts are saying that Moldova is facing the most dangerous threat, and they are going to lose their institutional independence. And the Moldovan language is now renamed the Romanian language. This is like, you know, science fiction, and no philosopher who is writing about some dystopias could imagine this. Now, these people are told that they are speaking a different language. Okay, so they are renaming the language the people have spoken all their lives. But this language does exist. And there's also the practice of appointing Romanian citizens, those who come from Romania, and we know that the government of Moldova is affiliated to Romania, and we see there are serious violations of human rights and international law, and peaceful demonstrations are violently dispersed. And we see that all the people they are grouped as those who are loyal to the regime and those who are not. And we know that for Russian or pro-Russian citizens, there will be only 2 voting units there. And of course, it is not enough for the full democratic process. And what about numbers? you can think, and I'm referring not just to you, journalists, because you cover this regularly. I'm speaking about the wider audience. People may say, okay, just 2 voting centers, all right. People may travel there. Maybe they should get up early in the morning. Well, not very convenient, but it is fine. Well, of course, yeah, it is possible to cope with it. And the citizens of Moldova, last time, I think they spent hours in those lines, but the problem is quite different. The problem is that in each of such centers, according to the Moldovan legislation, only 5,000 ballots are provided. So if 25,000 people are standing in the line, only 5,000 of them can vote. So it is not enough for the whole Russian population or Moldovans who live now in Russia. So can you imagine that the Sandu government has no paper for publishing those ballots? No. So this is only problematic for Russia, because for Moldovans living in other countries, there's no problem like that. So there, the situation is quite opposite, and there will be more places where they can vote, and there will be even more ballots that is required. And those who are claiming that Russia is an alleged threat to Moldova, no, it is just the opposite. We have been always protecting, we have always been friendly with the Moldovan people, and they keep this in mind, they remember. Yeah. And there are plans to disseminate all this population and dissolve the Moldovan state. And now they have nothing in common. And right now, the European values, they should follow the European values, because otherwise they wouldn't be called part of Europe. And the experts say that there's no clear understanding what will be the outcome of the election in Moldova.
We paid attention to the annual report on military spendings of the NATO published by the UN Secretariat. According to the statistics, the Westerners steadily continue to militarize their economies and take all the possible measures to implement the agreements reached at the Hague summit on the comprehensive scheme to reflect respective expenditures, core 3.5% of GDP and related 1.5% of GDP. The Secretariat guarantees that all NATO countries, but Iceland, that doesn't have the military, will reach the 2% of GDP in terms of military spending. The document suggests that in 2025, the alliance members altogether will spend about $1.6 trillion for defense spending. This is much more than all other countries of the world put together. And this number keeps rising year by year. The U.S. alone planned to spend some $980 billion, and the rest, 600+ billion, for Europe and Canada. It's obvious that neo-colonialist ambition of the Western elites is something that underlines the irresponsible militarization of NATO. It is a major threat to the global security and also infringes upon the interests of the populations of the member countries. The ungrounded growth of military spending is achieved at the expense of socioeconomic interests, and the alliance has turned into an instrument of aggressive policy, and the NATO leadership is trying to ensure its domination at any cost, even to the detriment of the well-being of the citizens. And with the advent of the fall, the NATO camp demonstrates an aggravation in terms of the military activity near the Russian borders. And such developments are not only seasonal, but they require more detailed analysis against the backdrop of aggressive militarization in the EU countries. And this is also fed by feats of impotent anti-Russian hatred, together with a paranoid fear, something along the lines of the Russians are coming. And as is always the case, the Baltic states are trying to become the best performers. And they are trying to make full use of this good, so to speak, and we monitor closely the NAMIS 2024 military exercises held in Lithuania between September 2nd and October the 8th. As any other military activity of the NATO on the eastern flank, we see that the gradual number of the military participating in such exercises is growing, and currently it's about 15,000 service people. According to our estimates, this is a mistaken and destructive line of the North Atlantic Alliance. And they live according to the principle, if a fall is a pleasure, well, then it's a flight. You know, the NATO has no real reasons to bolster up its military infrastructure near our borders. The Kiev regime was saying for years that they were fighting Russia, and they did the same in the Baltic states, and they read what they publish in their papers, and they tend to believe it, but you got to get closer to reality. And naturally, NATO regularly gets into the pockets of their taxpayers, getting them ready to pull the belts. On many occasions, we mentioned that we have no intention to attack the NATO countries. The Russian president, the leadership mentioned this on many occasions, and that was a message presented in many of our interventions. However, the European leaders don't tend to notice this on purpose. They intimidate their citizens. They threaten them with imminent war with Russia. Now they have to be held responsible for their words because they are those who want that war. And I think they have to say that the militarization is something that they're doing with the same purpose. Well, unfortunately, we shouldn't hope that the line of thinking of the Western elites would change. We would continue to analyze the military activity of our neighbors, including the military exercises that bring up the risks of military escalation. We will take into account the threats to our national security when building our responses. Now, to the Korean Peninsula, between 18th and 28th of August, in the south of the Korean Peninsula, the United States and the Republic of Korea held a joint military exercises, Ilji Freedom Shield 2025. Despite formal statements of the organizers of these gaming, it's impossible to call them defensive because several dozens of thousands of the service people and American F-15 jets and other offensive assets were present there. Now, the exercises were multilateral because the UK and the so-called UN command were part of the exercises. Such steps definitely are not aligned with the desire declared by the Washington and Seoul to diffuse the military and political tension. And in fact, they defeat the statements of U.S. and the Korean representatives on their desire to establish a dialogue with the DPRK and respect its form of government. How to establish a dialogue with those who are against such a development? That's absurd. Now, when we see that the sanctions and military pressure on Pyongyang were on the rise, it's impossible to speak of any prospects for turning the tide in this sub-region, but rather about new provocation. Now, we've got a lot of questions on the eve of the briefing and prior to that on the situation with the Russian pensions to compatriots in Latvia and Estonia and how we settled the situation. We did mention that we did whatever we could to address the situation. We would share the information, and the time has come to do that. We will explain not only what we do, but we will tell about the outcomes. Thanks to persistent efforts on the part of the Minister of Labor, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Social Fund of Russia, we've settled the situation with the pension payments delays. Altogether, more than 15 million euros have been transferred to the respective authorities of Latvia and Estonia, and the money will come to the citizens' accounts very soon, between 8th and 14th September in Estonia and between the 8th and 21st September in Latvia. We're talking about 13,000 of retirees, and I wanted to emphasize that the blame for this artificial crisis in 2025 the blame should be fully laid on the Western community and its financial institutions for the block the transfers from Gazprom Bank that is subject to politically motivated and illegitimate sanctions supported by the Baltic states authorities. And our compatriots are fully aware of this. And they were trying to persevere. They were waiting. They asked questions, but they did realize who created all those challenges for them. The Russian party, in bona fide and in full performs its commitments under the bilateral agreements with Latvia and Estonia on cooperation in social security and pension. The attempts to lay the blame on us, on the Russian Federation, have nothing to do with the real situation and are immoral. The Russian side has done everything in order to successfully resolve the situation, and our compatriots were held hostage. Thousands of our citizens were unable to receive Russian pensions for months. Oh, and the other important thing, I think you followed the hysteria in the Western media with respect to Madame von der Leyen aircraft. Allegedly, somebody jammed the GPS signal for a plane, and the pilot had to use paper maps to land. I want to emphasize this. I don't know what kind of aircraft Madame von der Leyen is using so that the plane has to use paper maps, but I want to have a look at those maps. I wonder if they could publish those maps. As I said, I want to have a look at those maps that I used to land the plane, and how Bulgaria is shown there, what color is used to identify the country. You know, this is kind of daily fake-making machine that we observe in the Western press. They keep creating fake news without any delay, without any break. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of memes and funny stories about this. You know, share these with us. We'll publish them. For this is truly preposterous. It's not just paranoia. This is very cynical calculation. They need to divert the attention of their populations from the worsening economic situation in the EU. They have to divert their attention from the real culprits of the crises suffered by the European countries. And it is the political elites in the EU that are to be blamed for that. The elites that follow the idea of their own enrichments at the expense of well-being of the current EU citizens and future EU generations. They keep feeding the insatiable hydra in Kiev in an attempt to ensure a strategic defeat of Russia. You know, the most recent accounts of von der Leyen's plane using paper maps to land is, a sign of despair. The Western media came up with another sensation. They stated that Madame von der Leyen's plane had to be landed in Plovdiv in Bulgaria using paper maps due to a loss of a GPS signal. The loss of a signal was considered as a hybrid attack of the Kremlin. Well, I can just imagine that somebody sitting in the Kremlin is using a joystick and switching off the GPS signal for von der Leyen's plane. Let them use paper planes. Well, how come they never stole the maps? This might have been easier. And allegedly, that was a move made directly against Madame von der Leyen. And as the official spokesperson of the Euro Commission stated during the visit, the chairperson saw her and experienced daily challenges and threats on the part of Russia and its proxies. Are there any facts? Well, if Madame von der Leyen wants to see some challenges, let her, walk out to the streets of EU cities. Let her visit cafes, restaurants, plants. Let her visit the farmers, industrialists, merchants in the EU countries, those whom she personally made bankrupt, those whom she personally made stop their businesses. Let her visit the healthcare facilities that she provided with vaccines on paper, and later she destroyed those vaccines. You would recall how she procured those vaccines from the U.S. manufacturers without following any procedure established in the EU or the European Commission. The vaccines worth billions of dollars. I'm talking about anti-COVID vaccines, but nobody saw those vaccines. Those are the challenges that she is supposed to get familiarized with and look at them and face them, if you will. Well, I'm talking about the challenges face. Oh, what are there any facts? No. And not just we didn't receive the facts, but the communities in the EU countries failed to obtain any facts. No entity was able to come up with some technical details on that. Yet, that was not a barrier for the European press to quote this. Well, that was a lie from the very outset, and that was obvious for any individual who studied physics or geography at school, apart from the adepts of the 360-degree turn. Even if some part of this fantasy were true, I wonder if they managed to find and locate the EU on the paper map to say nothing about Bulgaria. Now let's try to understand what happened in reality. The key global service, the Flight Radar 24, dispelled the innuendos. It was emphasized that GPS signal from takeoff to landing was good. Okay, they don't believe us. What about Flight Radar? It's not our asset. Although I don't know, maybe the way they see it, it's something that we now control. But let them dwell on this. Now, according to the service, the flight of the European Commission had was to last 1 hour and 48 minutes, but it lasted 1 hour 57 minutes, only 9 minutes longer than initially planned. Those who are frequent flyers would know that this is normal kind of difference. The navigation system had no failures, and the navigation information indicator was pretty high throughout the flight, and all the navigation data were transmitted perfectly, and GPS was fully operational. Once again, this is something coming from Flight Radar. Now, what we heard from the Western media and what we heard from Ursula von der Leyen is not just a lie, as pretty often happens when there is some half-truth is spoken. No, this is 100% fake.
Obviously, we had to react to this outrageous example of fake news, and detailed investigation on this matter was issued by International Fact-Checking Network. They analyzed every single detail and they double-checked and showed that even the landing route for the plane of Madame von der Leyen was fully adequate and typical for this very airport. I encourage every one of you to take a look at this report. The link will be available in the briefing document. I don't know, maybe it was something broken with Madame von der Leyen and not her plane. I don't know, really. I can't even imagine that it's just a coincidence that this outrageous bit of fake news was happening at the background of a very, really successful meeting of the heads of states of the SCO member countries in Tanzi, bringing together more than half of population of the earth. I'm sure that that kind of provocation was intentionally done to distract everyone from this glorious assembly. We've just talked about Bucha provocation. That one was played out with the blood on the hands of the Kiev regime and its curators. Well, that one would suffice with involvement of Madame von der Leyen alone. Their own losses, and in particular someone else's success stories, cause neurotic response from the West and every single attempt to attract public opinion to their own personas. And from here we see those blatant lies presented as some kind of revelation and imposed to European people. And by that I mean not just Ursula von der Leyen, but also some outrageous stories produced by Kaja Kallas lately. And I quote, Madame Kallas assumes that the meetings of the head of states of Russia, China and North Korea, as if there were no other meetings of head of states happening in China. Why not mention other heads of states present in this very meeting? And yet again, this is a clear illustration to this neo-colonial thinking, pseudo-greatness of the former empires that the West demonstrates openly towards the global majority. So, Madame Kallas assumes that the meetings of the heads of states of Russia, China and North Korea are a direct challenge to the current world order. So whenever there are NATO summits or summits of the EU leaders or any kind of the Rammstein formula meetings, pseudo-peace negotiations or meetings of the Coalition of the Willing or G7, that should be okay. They believe this is exactly how it should be. However, whenever there are some other heads of states meeting with a peaceful, I would even say truly historic agenda coming up to commemorate the greatest victory of the humankind against the evil in the 20th century, meet together and make peace-aimed statements to favor friendship, prosperity, cooperation and global peace, well, they call it challenge to the West. And in this particular aspect, Madame Kallas is not that far away from the truth, because they indeed treat it as a challenge to themselves. It is not a challenge thrown by those organizing those meetings and participating in them, but inside the European Union they have shaped a reality of their own that makes them perceive any stepping away or objection to be obedient to what they want as an actual threat, as an actual challenge. If we are talking about the world order based on the rules that are different for everyone, or the world order based on lies and fake news, then indeed I could agree with Madame Kallas. That kind of meetings definitely do not fit in this outrageous reality prepared by the Western community for the rest of the humankind. We define our formats, we define our meetings, we define our agenda. There is only just one nuance. We do not impose our agenda on the world minority. The meetings we organize are open to everyone willing to participate. They are fully voluntarily. We are not forcing anyone. Those meetings are not consequence of dictatorships. Those meetings are open. They have very clear agenda. They are not aggressive in their nature. However, that is exactly what is treated by the Western minority as a challenge. If we are to talk about the resistance of the world majority, and as you understand, the SCO meeting demonstrated the unity of the world majority in a certain low cut, definitely in terms of the population of the countries, the scale of the economies. Well, if there is any kind of resistance there, then it is the only resistance to the Western web of lies that they created, and I keep repeating that today. One more topic to touch on. We addressed this issue at the previous briefing. We promised we would get to that again, and here it goes. A few answers to the questions we received on the 35 years of the so-called German unity. As you may know, the anniversary was celebrated just lately, although it didn't get much attention in Germany itself. It wasn't a story of success and glory, although it was worth mentioning the glorious past. However, this anniversary was defined by yet another statement of threats posed by Russia and the worst traditions of modern European political correctness. It's no coincidence that they are keeping quiet on yet another memorable date. And if we are to compare the scale of the informational campaign conducted back then, it was quite dire. It looks like everything was done in order to minimize the presence of this important anniversary in the informational field. And I do believe it was quite a powerful date. 35 years to the signing of the treaty unity, the reunition of Eastern and West Germany. Formally, it came into force on October the 3rd, 35 years ago. But look, there was so much screaming and complaining that the nation was split. Why exactly the nation was split? Who did that? And what were the reasons for that? Because that was the country that was the source of threats to global security in the 20th century, and the world had to consolidate every effort in order to neutralize those threats. But how come for decades Germany has been telling everyone how they suffer while divided, and then the anniversary of reunification goes unnoticed? It's not that Germany tried to save some money, the character trait traditionally associated with Germany and some other leaders in the West. I believe the reason is different. This anniversary gives a lot of food for thought, for some serious thinking, and indeed, this anniversary was not given enough attention. Just to remind you, who is responsible for the division of Germany after the Second World War? If we are not to study history based on the publication of the Bild newspaper or Hollywood blockbusters, if we are to look into the actual historic documents of the time, we would see clearly that the only country that clearly resisted to the division of the Soviet Union every single step of the way was the Soviet Union, and only once the so-called Western allies and the partners of the modern-day Germany, de facto and de jure, the German Democratic Republic was established. And again, it was our country who opted 40 years later for unification, reunification of the German people, again opposing the position of London and Paris. As far as I remember, Washington was against it as well. And no matter how long we talk about the German Revolution, People's Revolution as the main trigger for reunification, I'm not willing to downplay the importance of the public uprising back then, but still everyone agrees that no Germany would ever exist today, no Germany would ever be reunited without Moscow. However, Germany was not able to appreciate this truly historic gift. Why are they keeping quiet about this anniversary? Well, they don't have much to be proud of. Look, what is the outcome of this reunification? Over the past 35 years, Germany remains a deeply divided country, and its population is split between the citizens of the first and second class. There is no actual reunification happening for Germans themselves. Indeed, there is a separate body and a state agency and a state official responsible for the matters of reunification. However, there is no proper constitution of the reunited Germany, although Article 146 of the Key Guardian Act of the Federal German Republic states that it would cease to exist in the moment when the constitution to be adopted with a free expression of will by the German people comes into force. However, we've never seen this expression of free will by the German people. No constitution was adopted. They never got it. Germany loves to interfere into the affairs of the other countries. They enjoy lecturing the freedom of speech and values of democracy to everyone else, but not themselves. It looks like they particularly enjoy lecturing everyone. So I'd love to ask Germany a question. Why not deliver of what the main law of your country states? This is where you should start. As soon as you deliver on that, and this is actually the cornerstone for German statehood, for the German democracy, for rights and freedoms of humanity. You first and foremost need to deliver on what you promised to deliver to German people, and then you may lecture others if you succeed in delivering this task. So far, we do not see any outcomes, and we do not even see any attempts to pursue those goals. So Germany does have a constitutional court. There is an agency responsible for protection of the constitution, and this is the agency constantly looking for everyone thinking differently. However, there is still no constitution. And at the same time, they are rigorously focusing on shaping the future of modern-day Ukraine. I believe the explanation is simple, whether they liked it or not, but back then the leaders of West Germany have chosen the way of occupation. Yet another Anschluss took place. There was another wave of repressions and massive layoffs happened in eastern lands. Thousands and hundreds of people lost their jobs, were deprived of their property, awards and pension fees, despite the fact that the government of the modern-day Germany is still paying pension and retirement fees to former Nazis. Well, this is outrageous. Just several months ago, I was given an interview to a German journalist, and he asked me a question. When will Russia help the German society awaken? And my answer was that once we did awaken Germany, 80 years ago exactly, we helped Germany wake up from this Nazi nightmare. Well, for the second time, Germany needs to wake up on its own. Because what I'm saying right now is outrageous, and just, if we are to look at the current political establishment of Germany, again, I'm not saying anything that would be a conclusion of my own. I only make references to facts and publicly available documents. And if there is any kind of public person, political official or media is to say the same, they would be immediately cancelled and marginalized with all the consequences that we have seen repeatedly before. The unification chancellor, as people call Helmut Kohl in Germany, the promise of prosperity to East Germany never happened, never became reality. But that wouldn't be a problem, not that much of a problem. The country could still be aiming for greater prosperity. But the important news is that Germany finds enough financing and attention for Ukraine, despite the fact they haven't had any success over the last 35 years in an attempt to reunite their own country. And they are bold enough to lecture Ukraine and give advice on how to develop their own statehood, democracy, and pave the way to prosperity. a whole number of enterprises and industrial companies in former East Germany were destroyed. Privatization never impacted Eastern Germans. Even their own apartments never became their property officially. There were plenty of villages that people had to flee. Young people are living permanently because they have no jobs to find. It's only the retired people living their last days who've sacrificed their lives and labor to the so-called totalitarian regimes. And still, the former East Germany is being demonized as a totalitarian post-Soviet space, as if people living in East Germany were not even Germans. And even today, they're wearing labels of criminals or collaborators. And even those Eastern Germans that were born many years and decades later, even today they do not properly feel as full-fledged citizens of their own country. Even official statistics shows that. There is a report called On the State of German Unity for 2024, openly states that those born from Eastern lands only account for a tiny share of CEOs and leaders at various levels. Is that democracy? Is democracy supposed to function in this manner? And this is the kind of experience that Germany tried to impose on Ukraine. This is segregation of people, of their own people, inside their own country. Well, if Germany did manage to share some best practices with Ukraine, that was this one. And all of that is highlighted by the in the open letter by the last president of Eastern Germany, Peter Michael Distel. I could hardly call him a friend of Russia or even a friend of Germany, but in an open letter to Frank-Walter Steinmeier, he is screaming out loud about those outrageous facts. And it's not surprising that the voters of Germany today prefer the Alternative for Germany party, and many say that it's due to the Russian actions. They call this party extremist by signing up millions of Germans from former Eastern Germany and declaring them extremist as well. Well, that's so easy. You label them as extremist and there is no more problem of the Eastern lands of Germany. And I'd like to finish this bit with a quote that was published in a book dedicated to the 35th anniversary of reunification of Germany. It was written by former Prime Minister of Thuringia, Bodo Ramalova, and a historian named Ilka Sasha Kovalchuk. And the book is called The New Wall, Conversations About the Eastern Germany. In this book, it's openly acknowledged that the majority of the Western Germans cannot even imagine the depth of hatred that is felt towards them and the Western system in the east of their own country. Well, this is the kind of reunification that we're able to see 35 years after the treaty was signed. It could have been their internal affair unless they would be trying to lecture other countries. And Russia was and is being lectured repeatedly by Germany and the West on the values of democracy, how we must structure it and promote democratic values. Well, thank you. I guess we can do without your advice. On the 2nd of September 1944, and the square of Badin in Hanoi, the leader of liberation movement, Ho Chi Minh, read openly the Declaration of Independence and declared the independence of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The Soviet Union was one of the first to establish diplomatic ties with the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. That was on the 30th of January 1950. That was an important role it played politically and economically to support the young republic. This year we're celebrating the 80th anniversary of establishment of independence, and we send congratulations from the President, the Chairman of the Government, both chambers of the Russian Parliament, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. The celebratory events will take place in the capital of Vietnam, and the Russian delegation will be present, headed by the first Deputy Chairman of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly, the Secretary of the General Union of the United Russia Party, Mr. Yakoshev, and we are also happy to say that the Russian Honorary Guard will also participate in the parade. We generally congratulate our Vietnamese friend on this important date, and we hope for continuation of partnership and the true nature of friendship.
And on the 4th of September marks the establishment of diplomatic relations with Libya. This is today, actually. Our ties have had a long history, and with the assistance of the Soviet Union and Russian Federation in Libya, a number of infrastructure facilities, first of all in oil and gas sector, were constructed, and very many citizens of Libya studied at universities in Russia. Now Libya is going through quite difficult times. We have been supporting their striving for independence and territorial unity. We are absolutely sure that the people of Libya will be able to overcome all the difficulties and will establish well-functioning institutions of governance and establish the right passage towards the future. And we have been supporting the relations for the benefit of our peoples in the name of security and safety in the region. On the 5th of September, we're going to mark 35 years since the establishment of diplomatic ties between the Russian Federation and the Republic of Kiribati. These countries strive for promoting well-established ties within getting away with colonial policies, and we combat Nazism. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation is continuing a dialogue with these island states, and usually it takes place on the sidelines of the General Assembly of the United Nations in New York. The 6th of September, the Kingdom of Eswatini is celebrating the Independence Day, and it was establishment of independence after the French protectorate. We have been developing the diplomatic ties, and we coordinate our activities at international venues, first of all in the United Nations and also in economic and humanitarian spheres. We congratulate our friends from Eswatini on this anniversary. The 11th of September marks the 65 years anniversary of establishing diplomatic ties between the Russian Federation and the Federative Republic of Somali. The Soviet Union played a great role in ensuring independence of Somali, and hundreds of Soviet specialists helped to build the local infrastructure, and over 20,000 people from Somalia were educated in the Soviet Union. Among them is the former president of the Federative Republic of Somali, Abul Qasim Salat Hassan, and Abdullahi Yusuf Ahiyed. The Russian-Somalian ties are based on the principles of equality and respect of mutual interests. We continue this dialogue, and we expand foreign trade, and from the 1st to the 5th of June, the chair of the Senate of the Federal Parliament of Somali visited Russia. And during this visit, there were meetings with the chair of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly, Ms. Matviyenko, and also representatives of the State Duma. We expect to continue step-by-step development and expansion of our bilateral relations with Somali. And from the 17th to the 21st of September, there will be a youth festival assembly in Nizhny Novgorod. The major goal is to establish ties among active young people from all over the world, and they will be working on building the future. The future will be equitable, multipolar world, and will be looking for the right solutions, and over 2,000 young leaders will be taking part in it, and they will represent various spheres: education, digitalization, IT sector, and over 1,000 people will be from abroad, from 120 countries. And it will be possible to attend master classes, to develop their innovative skills, to take part in various studios, activities, and so on. And, I do hope that in addition to this agenda, the guests and participants of this assembly will also learn a lot about the history of the town where this is taking place, Nizhny Novgorod, because it represents the diversity of the Russian culture, and it is an amazing city where various crafts and industries were developing, and one of the most popular crafts, not only in Russia but all over the world, were born and developed there. And this assembly is organized by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and also the government of Nizhny Novgorod Oblast, and there will be also a special course for participants aiming at developing the standing committee and community for sharing experience and developing skills of the youth community. And in the city of Moscow, the first public assembly will take place. It is dedicated to the Peace Day, World Peace Day, and this will be the venue for communities, various organizations and economic entities, and we expect that representatives of over 150 countries will take place in this assembly, and it is aimed at cultural unification on the basis of trust and international communication. The mission of this assembly is promoting international partnership on the basis of trust and respect towards moral values of all the countries, and it will be implementing various initiatives towards peace and cooperation. There will be 7 panel discussions and 40 different topic-related sessions. Within this assembly, there will be an international media forum, an international business forum of social responsibility of business, international youth forum, and also the Congress of International Writers Association and the Eurasian Festival of National Cultures. Also, there will be a people's diplomacy competition, and will be awarding of the prize for serving humanity and for the exceptional contribution into building trust, peace, and humanitarian cooperation. That's it for now, and now I'm open to your questions. So this will be a hybrid session, because some of the people are taking part in it online. And let's begin with the TV channel VLADIVOSTOK. You can be the first. Thank you very much, Ms. Zakharova, for this detailed presentation. Yes, right now we are in the Far East. Yes, and this is true. This is absolutely true. And really, Vladivostok is like the gateway to Asia. And the news we received just before the beginning of this forum, it is that China allows for Russian citizens to enter China without a visa. What about Russia? Are we going to introduce similar rules? And my second question is about international cooperation. Are there any contacts with Korea and Japan? Because we have been cooperating with them, and we would like to learn more about it. All right, let's first begin with the first question about visas. Yes, that was an amazing news. Yeah, Russia and China. There were many questions about it. And I would like, let me first listen to, let me consider those questions that we received before this. Yes, we develop multifaceted relations of mutual trust and non-involvement in internal affairs of our countries. And this is a special example of a very practical approach to relations between the states. And this is eliminating barriers for communication. And definitely an important news was about a testing period for Russian citizens to enter the People's Republic of China without visas. And we really appreciate this news. And this is especially important for people in the Far East. And that was announced right before the President of Russia went to China. And I would like to draw your attention that it is a temporary mechanism, and they have been already tested by China with 47 other countries. But first we need to analyze the results of this without visa trips, and we hope that in future, it will be a long-term measure. And of course, all the citizens from Russia visiting China, they need to follow all the rules, and they should function within the announced purposes of visit. And it is tourism, visiting relatives, transit, and they all should also follow the rules for migration registration. So the total period of staying there without a visa is 30 days, and there should be medical insurance with the appropriate coverage. And we all should understand the reasons for it. So you need to plan for any unexpected or expected events. And so I'd like to draw your attention to this. So as for business trips and study trips, and this includes the media, these trips are not covered by this rule. And of course, the border officials, they can reject your attempts to visit on some grounds. I'm referring to all this to avoid any inconveniences for Russian tourists. And electronic visas will be available, but I would like to remind you that it is 30 days maximum. There's an agreement with China signed in 2013 for streamlining the border control, and this is also done with Hong Kong and Macau in 2010. There's also multiple visas which are provided for the period up to 6 months if there's a confirmation of booking a room in a hotel and resorts. From August 2023, there is a bilateral agreement on tourist trips, which was initially signed in the year 2000. And currently, we are working out the possibility to limit the number of people in such groups, and also we are going to expand the period during which these people may stay there. And also we'll be developing all the agreements that are functioning already. The detailed material on this topic was published on the website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs yesterday. And your second question is about contacts with South Korea and Japan. You know, you probably are well aware that this topic is covered regularly in briefings, and there are regular comments on the website. And This is reflected in interviews by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and his statements and his deputies, our ambassadors to those countries. You should understand that changing in relations with these countries is based not on the changes in Russian views on such ties and relations, but it is due to changes in the policies of those countries. So they are changing their political, economic, and humanitarian relations tracks. So this is done on the other side, and unfortunately we see some negative steps and measures, and they lead to changes in the agenda of our relations with such countries. With some countries we had to pause such relations, and we keep saying about this after specific steps and occasions. Now let's take a broader vision, a broader look on South Korea. This has been unchanged. And again, it was not us who caused degradation of the relations. And of course, establishment of a full dialogue is required, but we need to see some steps on behalf of South Korea, and this includes their participation in imposed sanctions against Russia, which is illegitimate. And right now, we don't see any steps from Seoul, and we are going to continue our policy. As for the other state, so they do not only declare some negative steps towards Russia, and Japan also promotes Russophobic statements and stance. They expand their relations with NATO members, and this is all of aggressive nature, and they continue helping the Kiev regime, and they are toughening their rhetoric about some alleged threats from Russia or from North Korea or from China. In such a way, they are trying to justify to their population this course towards militarization. In this respect, we regularly inform the Japanese government that this line of action is a threat towards stability and security in the region. And this leads to another round of arms race. And it eliminates some symbolic security processes that were taking place in the past. And we need to reinstate that in order to develop the bilateral cooperation, and we are neighboring countries, so we need to reinforce it with some specific states, and Japan should neglect their Russophobic statements and approach. And now, Novosti Agency, your question, please, from the audience. Thank you very much. Christina Rodriguez. Oh, yes, I know you. Very nice to hear that. Thank you. I have two questions, and if you allow me, the first one is about the news that the Organization on Cooperation in Europe, they're going to eliminate the Nagorno-Karabakh resolution group. What about, can you say about this? And my second question is, what about the fate of 13 citizens that were arrested in Azerbaijan, and what is done in relation to that?
Let us start with the situation with our citizens. Naturally, our diplomats are in constant contact with the law enforcement agencies and relatives of the arrested individuals. We provide assistance in financing the lawyers for our citizens upon their request. 3 visits of Russian citizens by consular staff have been arranged in Baku on the 3rd, 14th, and 3rd of July. We've applied for a 4th visit, but the Azerbaijani part has not expressed its consent. We hope they will. On the 2nd of July, we asked for information about the state of their health and medical assistance provided. No response so far. At the moment, the Russians are allowed meetings with relatives once a week, up to 1 hour. They can get letters through the lawyers. They are not allowed to place calls from the detention center. We want to emphasize that the release of our citizens is a major step to normalize relations between Russia and Azerbaijan. The topic was discussed in detail on the 22nd of August during the Russian-Azerbaijani Intergovernmental Commission on Economic Cooperation held in Astrakhan. And Russia's position was referred and explained to the Azerbaijani delegation. I think and I hope that over the years, over the decades, I should say, nobody would have any doubts, nobody should have any doubts, and no doubts are left that the Russian Foreign Ministry headed by its leadership, our embassies, our consulates, consular offices at our embassies, our rep offices, considered it a priority to provide assistance to our citizens and compatriots in difficult life situations. And this is not a political slogan. This is not just a line in our doctrine documents. This is something that is made key by our minister, Sergei Lavrov. This is something that young diplomats are taught. This is something that's been tested in practice in many circumstances, be it political persecutions of Russian citizens, and this is what Maria Butina and Viktor Putin, Konstantin Yaroshenko, and many other Russian citizens can tell you about. This also applies to some routine situations that happen to our citizens and compatriots on a daily basis, and this is what our consular staff can talk about at length. This also applies to global shocks such as the pandemic, when the Foreign Ministry, in cooperation with other bodies, arranged an action called No One is Left Behind, and this applied to all Russian citizens who found themselves abroad during the pandemic. Well, I do realize why this topic keeps re-emerging, but I also know, and I know that the media and the public at large and our human rights activists are confident that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will always stand for Russian citizens, and not just citizens, but also compatriots. And the situation with the Russian mountaineer also demonstrated that we do whatever it takes to provide necessary assistance. So thank you for your interest, and thank you for your engagement. Let me assure you that there is no situation that we would not consider and that we would not try to address and take necessary steps in order to uphold the rights of our citizens and provide them with support. You also asked about the Minsk group, right? Well, on many occasions we commented on the situation with the Minsk group. I will not get back to that, but will provide a link to our previous comments just to demonstrate the integrity of the entire process. And we will introduce the link to the text of today's briefing. Now, as per the silence procedure launched by the Finnish presidency of the OSCE, the Minsk Conference on Nagorno-Karabakh settlement, or the Minsk Group, or a high-level group of planning, the personal representative of the effective chair. Well, This decision came into force at noon on Central European time on September 1st. Russia, along with other OSCE members, participated directly in taking this decision on the basis of consensus. We consider this step well-grounded, and this is due to dramatic changes in the situation in the region. The initiative was put forward by Armenia and Azerbaijan, and throughout the operation of the Minsk group, the Russian co-chairmanship exerted the maximum efforts to address the tasks and issues needed to ensure peace between the friendly peoples of Azerbaijan and Armenia. Many practices of the Minsk group that have to do with the principles and methods of the settlements contributed to the restoration of peace and stability in the region. And this was stated in the tripartite statement of the leaders of Russia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia in November 2020. The president of China came up with an initiative having to do with the global governance during the SCO summit. How does the Russian party views the initiative put forward by China and its role in building a common fate for humankind? Let me remind you that on September 1st, during the SCO Plus meeting in Tianjin, the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, came up with a clear assessment of the new initiative voiced by President Xi, and he expressed his support, and he invited colleagues to an in-depth discussion of this initiative. Please. Hello, a question from China. What can I say about the activities that were completed in China? And the meeting attended by President Putin on September 3rd. Well, perhaps I once again would like to thank our Chinese colleagues and friends for extremely well-organized series of events under the China's presidency in the SCO, in terms of receiving the delegations and organizing the military parade on Tiananmen Square to commemorate 80 years since the end of the Second World War. And this applies to a whole range of the political parade, if I may say so, range of negotiations between heads of states who came to the capital of China. I read some reports on that, and I saw some very nice words addressed to the Chinese leadership who arranged such activities at the highest possible level. You know, both in terms of having these events as summits and in terms of sterling arrangements. So once again, China, thank you very much, and I want to thank the Chinese leadership and the Chinese people. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the assessments of the SCO summit participation and a visit to China and bilateral meetings, well, those assessments were shared by Russian President yesterday. Well, I couldn't even say whether it's yesterday or the day before yesterday. In the last 24 hours. During the last part of his stay in China. I think this is where you would find the complete set of assessments and his personal impressions, too. I can add that on top of what has been said, the official visit became one of the most important events in the political life of our country this year. And the participation of the President of Russia in the SCO summit in Tianjin and the fully-fledged Russian-Chinese summit in Beijing, and about half a dozen, or actually almost 2 dozen bilateral meetings with foreign leaders. Well, this destroys all the attempts of the West to squeeze in their message of isolation. I don't know what else they came up with. You know, the global majority being second grade or so on. Well, none of the kind. This demonstrates full well the role of our country and the role of like-minded partners in shaping a truly democratic and just multipolar world order. The SCO summit that was held in Tianjin between August 31st and September 1st served as an outcome of a painstaking work to come up with a package of decisions. The initiative of the Russian president to upgrade the working bodies of SCO was implemented. Now, a universal center is to be established on the basis of the regional anti-terrorist structure with two branches on information security and combating transnational crime. The security policy agenda now includes the establishment of an anti-narcotic center. The partners also supported the Russian proposal on maintaining historic memory as to the heroic deeds of the peoples that put in the Second World War to an end. And this is of special relevance now when Nazism is raising its head again. In the context of building consolidated positions on regional and global issues, primarily in terms of establishing a just and multipolar world order and non-politicized cooperation, we should mention the relevance of Tianjin Declaration of the Leaders. Major practical importance is attached to the decisions taken in respect to economy, in terms of the preparation for the SCO summit to be held in November in Moscow, and aligning the agendas of the two key SCO mechanisms. For our like-minded partners from the Global South and the East, it was really important to see that the SCO continues to cater to the interest indicated by many countries coming from different regions. Now, the SCO family got expanded. Laos joined the SCO. The SCO Plus meeting was very substantive and rich. It brought together an unprecedented number of invited guests, which allowed to arrange a broad range of bilateral meetings. The President of Russia on the 2nd of September, our President and President Xi held fully fledged bilateral negotiations, and then they continued a deep exchange of opinions in a narrow format. Leaders discussed issues of mutual interest, and the summit culminated in signing of more than 24 of interdepartmental and corporate documents, including some breakthrough documents in energy, agriculture, science, technology, education, and other areas. I will not even try to dwell upon this because this is something that has been extensively covered during the press conference and press op offered by our president. Suffice it to say that we're all quite confident that both the governments and the media and other stakeholders, that the negotiations will provide a major impetus for future cooperation and strategic collaboration that is standing to the stress test and demonstrates its immunity to external pressure. This would also help further deepen our relations with our neighbors. No less important part of the Beijing program was the participation of the President of Russia as the main guest in the festivities to celebrate the 80 years since the end of the Second World War and the defeat of the militarized Japan. If you recall, in May, the President Xi made a state visit to Russia, and during the visit on the 9th of May, he took part in the festivities in the Red Square and the military parade to commemorate 80 years since the victory in the Great Patriotic War. In this context, the decision of the Russian and Chinese leaders to be together on such memorable dates for our peoples is quite symbolic, and it demonstrates the very strength of our shared positions in terms of defending historic truth and our joint struggle against the attempts of the collective West to revisit the outcomes of the Second World War, to maintain the memory of the heroic deeds of our previous generations. International Live, please, your question. You talked at length about the upcoming participation of the Russian delegation at the General Assembly of the UN. Not all the countries will be able to be there. We heard that the American authorities refused to issue a visa to Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Authority, or they would cancel the visas that have been issued. How could you comment on that? On the 2nd of October, this issue was discussed during a telephone call between Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, Mr. Vershinin, and Vice President of the State of Palestine. And there is respective information on our website. During the talk, the Palestinian colleague expressed concern with respect to such actions on the part of the American administration. And this obviously affected the Palestinian representatives that planned to attend the UN session. That is a blatant violation of the agreement between the UN and the government of the United States regarding the location of the headquarters. We expressed concern, and we also expressed support to Ramallah. And I want to emphasize that this is an unacceptable violation of the agreements of 1947. As to the access for Palestinian delegation to New York and their participation in a high-level conference on addressing Palestine-Israeli conflict, well, this definitely would affect the reanimation attempts with respect to a Middle East peace process aimed at ensuring lasting peace and stability in the region. Please. Thank you. Известия Agency. Let us get back to Madam von der Leyen's statement. Well, of course, I will allow you, but I'd rather not. But still, multinational force in Ukraine and discussion around the statements made by her. Now, why your bureaucracy in circumvention of national governments are so keen to talk about their Napoleonic plans? Well, because Napoleon comes from the Western Europe. Well, the other thing is that while implementing those Napoleonic plans, they should remember what those plans ended in, but they never studied the history. There is no way out of this. The only way would be to study history and to stop lying. That would be quite useful. Now, the other thing is, you see, we have to see the situation in all its complexity. Well, if Madame von der Leyen has a German passport and represents the European Commission, well, she allegedly upholds the interests of the Europeans and the Germans. Well, that would be an ideal situation. That's what should happen in principle. But in reality, as often would be the case in Western Europe, political figures and country leaders, under the guise of European interests, acted against not just the interests of their citizens, but against their very security. I'm sorry, Hitler was not parachuted to this earth by aliens. No, Hitler was fully financed and supported by elites, Western European elites and American elites. So without tremendous financial and political support, Hitler would not have ever been possible. And I wonder if Hitler reflected the interests of the German people. Well, those were just slogans. On the one hand, he hurled the German people into the hell of the Second World War, and he also he infected the German people with the Nazism, and this is something that would always result in the demise of the very people, because the people are fed with those nationalistic ideas, or the other way would be to rehabilitate the people and to do something about their mistakes. Once again, this is a European. The person who talked about his care about his motherland, well, all but destroyed his own motherland. And we talked about some repercussions of those very developments when we talked about reunification of Germany.
You've mentioned Napoleon yourself. Well, Napoleon is a good example of commander thinking of the best for his home country, having huge ambitions to become the conqueror of the whole world. That was a world conquest. He was not just trying to conquer our country. He was aiming for Africa, all around the world. He was trying to destroy everything under the pretense of caring for France. What was the outcome of it for France and the French? Well, that was a truly shameful part of their history. The French tried to still present Napoleon as a national hero, defining democracy. But this is indeed shameful when a commander, leader of the country, declares that kind of a crusade. And then he was brought back to his country, and Napoleon ended his life definitely not as an emperor. So that's not the first time in history we witness something like that, and there are other reasons why such statements are made by Western politicians. The economic situation in the West is critical. They abandon from the energy resources that they counted on with their own strategy. Without stable, sustainable and predictable supply of energy resources in terms of their volumes and prices is something that they would never achieve in terms of economic growth. And they need to explain it somehow to their own population. And since we're talking about Madame von der Leyen, she needs to explain to all European countries why the current economic slowdown is happening, and they decided to come up with an outrageous Russophobic position and the respective agenda. Madame von der Leyen no longer represents the interest of her own country, even formally, and there is plenty of evidence to that, irrefutable evidence, and that is namely the fact how Madame von der Leyen organized procurement of COVID-19 vaccine. Her bet was not on the pharmaceutical industry of the Western Europe. And I can definitely say that over the post-war years and even at the beginning of the 19th century, the pharmaceutical industry of the West was always advanced. But nonetheless, von der Leyen didn't make a bet on the European vaccines. No, on the contrary, she chose to procure US-produced vaccine in huge numbers. It wasn't even properly tested. It was produced by the US manufacturer, and it's not that there were no options offered by the local manufacturers. It is a blatant desire to ignore national interests and interest of national manufacturers. That's not promoting the interest of your own country and your population. No, that's something different. That's lobbying of very different political interests and political segment as the one that Madame von der Leyen declares to represent. If there are no further questions, let's move on. Yes, please. My name is Svetlana Kluchkina. I represent the National News Service. Madam Zahárova, my question is about the potential further escalation of the conflict between the United States and Venezuela and how that could potentially impact Russia. Well, that is a very particular new page that is turning in international relations. That is specifically what the West is doing towards those countries that are willing to conduct independent national policy. This is totally unacceptable to act in this manner. This is unhinged pressure being imposed against Venezuela in every aspect, be that political manipulations. We've seen Venezuela conducting democratic elections, and again the West would refuse to acknowledge those elections and recognize their results. The West would come up with new requirements over and over again, demands regarding elections that are conducted by an independent country, not associated with the EU in no way at all. And just look at the outcomes of those elections. Look at the sanctions pressure imposed against Venezuela, manipulating of the matters of human rights protection. And unfortunately, the situation is escalating again and again by posing threat to regional security and even global security. We've been commenting on this matter repeatedly, and I can only confirm that our assessment remains unchanged. Just lately, this week, we have provided some extensive commentary on this matter. It remains intact. Yes, please.
My name is Ertin Çimik. I'm from Mongolia. So you mentioned that 2 days ago, Mongolian, Chinese, and Russian presidents met in Peking, Beijing, and they reached an agreement that Siberian power to natural gas project will begin soon. So can you tell me the exact time when are you planning to construct the pipelines through Mongolia to China, and amount of investment and importance of this project to Russia?
Thank you very much for the trust expressed towards us. I can assure you that I will be happy to provide you with some additional materials on this matter prepared by the relevant experts. That will be the details on the timing. I will specify that, and I will get back to you with detailed answer. So please just left your contact details. I understand that you have specifically arrived to the forum. I will get the most relevant information on the timing of the project, and I promise we will get back to you on that. Let's proceed for now. Next question, please. Nikolai Kogubuk, Zvezda TV channel. Madam Zahárova, I would like to get back to the topic of China. The West was carefully watching the visit paid by President Putin and Kim Jong-un to China. What is the attention that the Western media is paying to the leaders, and do they get the message correct? Well, I can tell you that I haven't noticed particular homogeneous coverage of what was happening. This time, I haven't witnessed some kind of collective unconscious reaction, because there are some objective and historic facts. Our leaders have met in Beijing, and they have met to commemorate an event that is important for the whole world and is confirmed and reflected in the international legal documents, the outcomes of the Nuremberg Tribunal and the Far Eastern Tribunal, and also by the documents of the UN, including the UN Charter. So one couldn't possibly imagine that this is some kind of a fake date, less meaningful date or politicized date. No matter how it goes, no matter how they would try to manipulate the facts, those are very stubborn historic facts that they cannot avoid. This is why everyone had to acknowledge that. You could find some news coverage where there were some individual evaluations expressed regarding the military parade. We've seen some messages saying that this is yet another showcasing of militaristic attitude. Well, it's really amusing to hear that once we've seen NATO publishing some numbers on its budget, and this is something that I already commented on today. On the other hand, as for political assessments of the bilateral and multilateral meetings that took place, well, this is where we had a more homogeneous attitude, very similar to the traditional wars out of anything. There were some claims that 3 countries are getting together to intimidate someone. Again, the tone was set by the bureaucrats from Brussels. I already quoted Kaja Kallas earlier, the diplomat representing the position of the European Union, claiming that that was an attempt to threaten the world order. And the very same quote, the very same idea was picked up by all mainstream media. And again, the objective is presumably the objective of the European politicians and European mainstream media, having no independence whatsoever necessary to adequately cover international news. Well, they refrained from talking about the unity of the world. They never wanted to say anything about friendship, mutual understanding, or necessity to unite our effort to collectively combat global threats. Just lately, we would hear about the importance of uniting our effort in combating international terrorism and global pandemic. At least on paper, it was there. Today, the mainstream media in the West are shying away from writing anything even remotely close to that. All they focus on is the world order based on their rules, rules-driven world order. They do not recognize individual national interest of the countries. They do not recognize the world order based on collective shared arrangements. And we therefore see their evaluation in the media. Well, earlier we would say that we find it upsetting, but now all we feel is kind of a sympathy, because what they look at is not in the mirror. They look at some kind of a picture that they have drawn themselves, and they are not even ready to look into the mirror and look adequately in their own reflection. They are not ready to take a brave look into the future. They're no longer capable of predicting the future. All they're trying to do is to make the actual reality fit into their outdated vision of the world. And obviously, that can't be done. They have never been able to do that in the past. We know what was the outcome of the policy of colonialism. It resulted in decolonization. The world imperialism was defeated. And today, when we see that former colonies are doing much better economically and even socially, they are now far ahead of their former masters. Well, obviously, that can no longer fit into the outdated world order based on the rules imposed by the West. Let us move to questions online. We have colleagues from Reuters with us. Over to you. Oh, you're here in the room. Apologies. I can see you now. Thank you very much. Thank you. You've already mentioned that there were a lot of comments expressed on the SCO summit, but nonetheless, can I please request you to share your assessment with us once again, and what is the long-term meaning of the SCO summit? Can I please answer your question in one sentence? You rightfully mentioned that I already commented a lot on the specific figures and facts and arrangements achieved. The one sentence I would make today is the following. Your question was very nuanced. You asked about the long-term impact of the SCO summit. We know what it means to us for today. We know what it means in the long run. Well, in the long run, the SCO summit is the actual practical implementation of the new multipolar world. Those are not just the shapes identified in political declarations. Those are practical steps to strengthen the ties. And, well, I wouldn't want to use the word to cement, because to cement would mean that it wouldn't stay there forever. We would like to emphasize the voluntary nature of strengthening of this collaboration. And by doing so, we define the essence of international relations, coining the term of multipolarity. Multipolarity is not just a nice word. This is a very specific applied construct, and decisions made today is the foundation for it. The foundation for multipolarity. Well, sorry, I wasn't able to answer your question in one sentence, but nonetheless, it was a fairly short paragraph. Yes, please. Hello, Madam Zakharova. I represent Moscow Letova School. Digression from the earlier questions, if I may. At the very end of your speech, you mentioned various awards and competitions that you organize for students and school children. My question is the following. We have children section here called Eastern Economic Forum Junior. We have 80 students in total. Sorry, may I try and guess your question? Let me look at you and I will guess what is the question you have for me in the name of school children. Where summer is going away? What are the cities that summer is relocating to? No, not really. That wasn't my question. We have a lot of school children watching this recording, many more to watch it later. Some of them are about to choose a university for their future studies. Some of them are not fully aware what is going on. Some of them may choose to become diplomats willing to defend and represent Russian interests at the international arena. I'm wondering, your ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, are you open to cooperation with universities in the region, specifically in the Far East? If you do, what are the universities that you have closest connection to in terms of academic development, doing competitions, and career-wise, do you offer internships in Russia and abroad? And what are the general trends you recognize among alumni coming to work in the ministry in Russia and abroad? Is there a trend to see an increase in the number of students who got educated outside of the traditional educational system, being MGIMO or the Diplomatic Academy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Well, I wouldn't even know where to start. Let me start from your last question. In fact, even before this very period, the heads and top managers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were not alumni of the traditional universities that you've mentioned. And this is one of the examples of how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs interacts with other universities. This is a historic tradition, and the representation and the idea that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is only employing the alumni of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of MGIMO or the Diplomatic Academy is entirely wrong. As I was saying earlier, there were former ministers of foreign affairs who would be alumni of other universities. And secondly, right now in the current leadership of the ministry, we have a very good representation of alumni of other universities, and this is a very powerful indicator, I would say. It's one thing if people are being employed by the ministry, but it's a different thing if they get very high-ranking posts. In the diplomatic corps, we have traditionally been having a very broad representation of alumni of various universities. And we are talking about at the level of minister, deputy ministers, ambassadors, heads of departments. That's what we are doing in order to showcase that it is a good and long-standing tradition to actively employ alumni of various universities. Now, as for your question on the regional universities, the Institute of African and Asian countries, the Lomonosov Moscow State University, the People's Friendship University, the Moscow Linguistic University. These are traditional universities where we scout a lot of alumni. And of course, regional universities do play a vital role in this regard. I guess you are going to write an article on that. No, not really. Okay, fine. But anyway, I will prepare some statistics for you. I will prepare a statistical note for you to show the number of alumni we have employed at the ministry from the regional universities. I will also cover some data on the alumni of St. Petersburg and Vladivostok universities. That goes without saying. We clearly get alumni from those universities and they become part of our team. Some of them go directly to work in the embassies abroad. So that is indeed a large-scale, actively developing area.
All right, we'll be most grateful. Yeah, we'll be most grateful for that. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I will be happy to visit your university. Yeah, let's take a question online. All right. After E. Good afternoon, Maria Vladimirovna, Stepan Kondratov. You know, it is not a morning, it is 1 p.m. here in Vladivostok, and where I am, it is 6 a.m. So good afternoon, everyone. We have one question. At the SCO summit, it was nice to hear that Russian Chinese settlements reached 95%, which is actually a historical record. And of course, analysts in the West, they started publishing various statements that now the economy of Russia is directly dependent from the Chinese economy. What about your vision? What is about strengthening this balance of relations? And what about multi-vector Russian policy in the context of possible and potential warming of relations with Washington? You know, when we were trading with the European Union, you know, I never heard about this dependence, so they never spoke about it, and there were no publications that we were becoming dependent on them, so they didn't care about it. So this is what we can say now. Don't you worry about this. Yeah, we'll cope with it. And we'll survive. And, you know, this alleged care about us, and we see all these statements in the same publications of these new packages and boxes of sanctions they are preparing for us. And somehow they are not confused by it. So on the one hand, they express their concerns, and on the other hand, they are trying to do something worse for us. So this is quite absurd. It seems like they don't observe the logic that we are looking for substitutes for them, and we are working on our trade balance, and we are turning to other parts of the world because West Europe does not want to continue normal trade relations with Russia, and this is due to their sanctions they imposed on us. And if we speak about science and economy and other areas, they do not allow themselves to work with us, and they even do not allow to make settlements, and they prevent from logistics functioning appropriately. And now they express their concerns about this dependence. So once again, I should say, please, don't you worry. It is absolutely fine, and we can manage on our own. And you can prepare other packages of sanctions, and we can survive all that. And we can understand ourselves how and where we need to develop economic, humanitarian, and other relations. And in relation to your question, and speaking about dependence, and in this case I'm not speaking about Western media, the President of the Russian Federation commented on that, and he called all those statements words of the people who envy these bilateral relations between Russia and China. And I believe that all those expert statements you referred to, they do not reflect the current reality, and their major goal is to worsen the relations, and they want to say that partnership and friendship among Russia and China is not so strong. We are an independent center of the economic power. And Russia is not involved in any machinations and techniques in order to balance somehow and to reach some destructive results in different parts of the world. This country is open to partnership. We base our activities on international law. We are not against competition. This is absolutely normal. This is natural. But it should be absolutely clear what rules we are following. And cooperation of Russia and China is based on equitability and common principles to various activities and policies, and using local currencies and settlements. This is a sign of stability in the global financial sphere. And Russia will continue developing strategic cooperation with China, and this includes finance, investment, and economic spheres. And, the common denominator here is that Western media, they are an instrument in the hands of Western politicians, and now they threaten China. They threaten China with sanctions and the use of secondary sanctions and all other appropriate instruments which are in line with their level of development now. And business cooperation with other regions is also welcomed by Russia, and this should be done on a mutually respectful foundation and not based on some illegitimate rules which look like collusion. No, it should be all in line with the rules and the law. Using this, we can rely on each other, and we can check our actions with that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's take one more online question. What about News.ru? Yes. Good afternoon. News.ru. Michael Rosen. We have one question. Yes. The SCO summit demonstrated that the world balance is changing and the position of the West is weakening and the global South is gaining more position. But the Security Council and other structures and IAEA, they remain as they are, and the Western agenda is prevailing there. So isn't it the time they should be changed with some new format? I would like to remind you that the UN that was established 8 years ago, during these 8 decades, was changing permanently, and it is in the constant process of adapting to the current realia and creation of specific guidelines for international relations in line with the international law. You are aware that the organization that was established 8 years ago and the organization which is functioning now, they are quite different in terms of its structure as well. And within this period, hundreds of international unions and associations were established, and they cover all areas of international relations. Only the General Assembly of the United Nations includes 108 observers, and it is countries from all parts of the world. And on an annual basis, formal and informal coalitions are established, various platforms for cooperation and resolving specific issues. Sometimes they double their functions and sometimes they complement each other. And this process is developing, and this enables the countries to combine their potential and to deal with common tasks and challenges. So we are speaking not about the structure or establishment of some new structure. No, we are speaking about its adaptation to the multipolar world and new processes. And Russia has been developing these cooperation mechanisms with different countries and different regions, and we had it. And we used the elements of such mechanisms with Western states until they stopped that and established all the barriers between us. And for us, this work on developing a multilateral organizations is a separate track. And these years, it has accelerated, and we see that the Global South states, they are aiming for fruitful cooperation. We never closed ourselves from the West. No, it was their choice. Russia is for adaptation of global multipolar organizations adapted to the current conditions. And the most important thing is when we assess the functioning of existing formats and organizations, the major thing is whether they can serve the humanity and people and not only some specific group of states or just one idea. The most significant thing is to see practical results in the name of the whole humanity and people, especially if we speak about practical results of functioning of these organizations. Right, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. We have another online question. Okay, the voice of the motherland, Golos Otечества. No sound. Unmute yourself, please. Oh, no. Okay, it is a different journal of Vmeste. Together. All right. Good afternoon, Maria Vladimirovna. I have a question and a small request, because there's special attention towards Oriental part of the world. What about our compatriots in China and children and grandchildren of people who moved to China? And also my question concerns the Orthodox Church in China. You know, I didn't quite grasp your first question. So how far those compatriots are? What do you mean here? So they live quite far away from us, yeah, and we are interested, how do they live there? Yes, quite an interesting question. My question is about whether Russia remembers those compatriots living them. Yeah, Russia remembers and thinks about all compatriots, whatever the geography is. So we never forget them. And secondly, we organize so many programs and events, and in the sphere of education, arts, humanitarian tracks. And also, when there is a request or demand, then we respond to it. And speaking about the Russian Orthodox Church, you know, I think, and actually those people who studied in Russia, and here we speak about Chinese citizens who graduated from universities in the Soviet Union in the 1950s, and of course there's not many people from that generation still living, and they have always loved Russia. They have been most grateful, and they have been actively using all the knowledge and skills they gained in the Soviet Union, and they brought up their children along these lines. And there's a whole track of Russian studies, or we can call them Russophiles. So they love Russia. They were not maybe politicians and public figures, but in their everyday work and activities, and in their attitude towards the country within their communities. So they promoted all these ideas, and now we see that there's many people who know and love Russia. Your second question was about the Russian Orthodox Church, right? Well, I'm not going to refer to the work of our international organizations that are working in China. But as for the Russian Orthodox Church, if we speak about specific parishes, then we need to refer to the Moscow central office. And not everybody is aware that in China there are Russian Orthodox churches. There are 4 churches, and 2 of them there are Chinese priests. And in May last year, I would like to remind you, and you should keep it in mind, the President of Russia, during his state visit to China, visited the Holy Veil Church in Harbin, and I believe that was a very significant example. And I cannot say that it is under control of our authorities, but it is it has some political flavor as well. So we do take care, and we try to give close attention to the Orthodox Church in China. And, you know, I've been thinking that we need to study some good materials, and maybe we should have a special program about our embassy and our mission, because they are actively involved in Orthodox Church activities, because it is not part of our responsibilities, but because the location is the same. Among all the embassies, Russian embassies in the world, the largest one is in China. So previously there was a so-called spiritual mission of Russia located there, and during the Soviet times, so it was different, and all religious facilities and churches were converted and used for some other purposes. But in the recent times, thanks to the efforts of our mission, permanent mission there, and due to the activities of our diplomats and ambassadors, the church in the embassy was restored, and you won't believe it, and I can't believe it. I saw it in my childhood because I used to stay there, and you know, in that church during the Soviet time there was a garage, there were cars inside it, and it was like a hangar, like a workshop for large vehicles, and there was a car wash there and all that. And right now it is a church, and it is very similar to how it looked like originally, and it is a functioning church. And you actually reminded me about we need to prepare, put together all these materials. It is available, but we need to make it publicly available. And also I would like to remind you that the spiritual mission in Beijing played an important role for 150 years. It was like an embassy, and it was the birthplace of Chinese studies for Russia, and later the Russian embassy was placed there, and members of that mission initiated the systemic studies of China and also developed the first dictionaries, and the transcription for the Chinese hieroglyphics was proposed. And now there is a church. For many decades, it was not used as a church, and in 2009, this church was opened up, and also in Harbin and Beijing and Shanghai and Hong Kong, there are other Orthodox churches, and with the permission of the Chinese authorities and in line with the Russian laws, they have services and mass services, and also there are other religious facilities that are used as cultural centers, and cooperation in the sphere of religion plays a very important role. And in the Foreign Ministry of Russia, we pay great attention to this, and among the priorities, it is taking care of our compatriots and management of all those buildings and churches in China. And about 23,000 of Russian citizens live permanently. It is in Guangdong and Jiangsu provinces, in Shanghai and Beijing. And in Hong Kong, Guangzhou, Dalang, and Beijing, Harbin, Jiangdu, and Shenyang, with support of the embassy and consulate general, there are Russian clubs, and in the period from 2024 2025, celebrations and festivities were organized. It is traditional religious holidays and New Year's holidays and celebration for children. Among other significant events, there was the 4th International Scientific Conference. It is in Harbin, and it will be actually taking place in September, starting from September 16th. And also, speaking about our compatriots, there are scientists there, and last year on the 6th of November, there was a meeting with scientists. Also, there is a public chamber. And on the 7th of November in 2024, there was a children's conference dedicated to the Science Day. And also there are various youth scientific clubs on the 9th of March this year. We also organize and hold all Russia awareness-raising activities and educational events, and so-called total dictation when Russian texts are dictated. And on the 24th of April this year, there was 19th conference of Russian compatriots residing in China. And among the events of it, there were meetings devoted to the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, and various activists and students shared their vision and exchanged opinions and identified priority tasks for future projects development. And we spoke about popularization of the Russian language in China and more active activities among students, and also helping people in difficult situations. Also, a military memorial events were organized in 2025. There were numerous events, and one of the goals is to combat falsification of history. Then there were flower-laying ceremonies with participation of our compatriots, and then the Immortal Regiment campaign was held, and the Coordination Council on Russian compatriots protects human rights of our compatriots in China.
We promote internet projects that offer information for businesses operating in China. We also have a hotline on legal and psychological counseling. Compatriots represent Russian communities in China Within the coordination committee, delegates from China participate in various fora, such as the 8th Global Forum of Compatriots held in Moscow in October, regional conference of Russian compatriots in the countries of Asia Pacific in Kuala Lumpur in April last year, and they are getting ready for the World Thematic Conference to be held in late October in Moscow. Now, this is a fairly brief, but maybe not so brief account regarding your question. And a brief request, if I may. We have a lot of our compatriots who are children there, children who study in Chinese educational institutions. Could you say a few words to them in both Russian and Chinese, just off the cuff, just to wish them something? In Russian and Chinese, is that right? To children of our compatriots in China? Yeah, children and grandchildren. Okay. Children and children of our compatriots, I wish you all the best and well-being. And in Chinese, this would be something like, is my Chinese right? Yes. And there is one other question. On the Embassy Live? Or from the Embassy Live? Or who's asking the question? Who's with us? Please ask your question. Good afternoon, Maria. Good afternoon, colleagues. I represent the Poselska Life magazine. I got 3 questions. First question, if Russia is talking about a strategic partnership with Azerbaijan, how this could be combined with the continued diplomatic crisis between Moscow and Baku? Thank you. Well, you see, let me correct you. Russia is not so much talking about it. This is not something that we invented. This is not a formula we came up with. This is not our fantasy. This is what is our level of relations is described in the documents. This is the language accepted by the 2 countries. And this is something that is spelled out in joint documents. Second, if I heard you correctly, you talked about diplomatic crisis, right? Is that right? Is that the language you used? Well, we develop our bilateral contacts. We develop our high-level contacts. In fact, this is something I mentioned today. Let me remind you, on the 22nd of August in Astrakhan, we held a Intergovernmental Commission on Economic Cooperation. On the 23rd of August, a telephone call between the foreign ministers of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, and Azerbaijan, Mr. Bavramov, took place. Now, we have our embassies operating in the 2 countries. So, in this sense, in the sense of diplomatic inability to contact, well, there is no such thing. Well, we do have some issues that are on the agenda, and which, stemming from the spirit of strategic partnership, should be addressed or resolved. Russia and Azerbaijan are neighbors. Our 2 countries are very keen to maintain close and mutually beneficial relations. And this is something I talked about today. And prior to that, we mentioned that one important condition to normalize political relations would be to release the 13 Russian citizens that were arrested in Baku in July. Will Russia pose as a mediator between India and Azerbaijan within SCO to unlock the blocking of the membership? Well, the SCO, which is an organization that follows multilateral diplomacy where cooperation is based on the principles of equality, mutual respect, trust, and consensus, it's inappropriate to comment national positions of member countries. So the decisions are made not by voting, but on the basis of consensus, that is, mutual agreements. We discuss with each other various issues, and not at the microphones. We discuss the issues, aspects, views, and assessments we have. And for that, we have a whole range of tools available. Meetings, contacts, negotiations, and so on. Internal procedure for considering various issues, be it enlargement or not, does not allow for presenting any details before the final decision is made. So we think that we should strictly follow this SEO process. All the participants should follow this process, not to hurt the interests of this organization. So this is something that this loudspeaker diplomacy results in, and there are many examples all over the world. Our goals and objectives are different. We do not use the command administrative system. We don't follow this block mentality. We follow the principles of mutual respect, equality, and considering interests of each other. And my third question. The Tenzing Declaration covers a strategy up until 2030, but if SCO member countries cannot agree on the status of Azerbaijan, how realistic are such long-term agreements or plans? Why do you say that the countries cannot agree on the status? Well, one may say that countries cannot agree if the decision is postponed or is not made and so on. Now, the decisions that are made on the basis of consensus, and this is about an agreement, right? Now, the decisions that are not made on the basis of consensus, well, they're still in the making. And one example that I can give, there's like myriad of positions that SCO countries have not agreed upon, and present this as an inability to agree. Well, there are some items on the agenda that are agreed upon, and with respect to these, to which decisions are made, and some items that would be considered later, the items on which the work would still be on. So once again, the key principle that this organization follows, we're talking different principles of discussion, different principles of decision-making. Now, the Tenzing Declaration, just like the SCO development strategy up until 2035, and about 20 documents approved in the summit, is a total contribution of the current year to the overall roadmap to the SCO process development, and you claim that they cannot agree. Well, many documents on cooperation within this organization de facto are open to other interested states, including dialogue partners. Now, the issues of status, one or other states that are not members of the organization, well, it's a separate topic. And decisions on expansion, and this is a practice that is shared by many cooperation venues, well, those decisions are never made in haste or upon an order. No, this is always done on the basis of consensus, taking into account the variety of factors. And to single out one element of this work would be wrong. The SCO has about 20 applications under consideration, applications on joining its activities or changing the status, and we've not heard that anybody would make a tragedy out of this. This is a kind of regime that many multilateral associations operate, such as the ASEAN, for instance, if you want an example that would convince you. I can give you this example. So the work is on, the discussions are on. There are no issues in this respect that would mean that agreements are impossible. No, not at all. Well, colleagues, if we've entertained all the questions, I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much indeed. And I wish you successful work at this forum. And interesting and exciting meetings that would later transform into friendship or cooperation. And this venue, the Eastern Economic Forum, is quite conducive for that. Thank you until we meet again.